We are here for some Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Last time we finished the third case, which was actually my first case that out of all this that I actually really enjoyed. It was a lot of fun. So, top into this fourth case. Let's see where we're gonna go from here. I don't know. Guess we'll find out, right? As Marvin Gaye and get it on. Bop, 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 bop. You got the healing that I want. Autosave. Alright. We're going into the Cosmic Turnabout. And we're already going into the trial firstly, so that's kind of weird. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tonnett was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think that there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Episode 4, The Cosmic Turnabout. NASA.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in, Act 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Uh-oh. Oh! December 16th, 9:12 a.m. District Court. Defendant Bobby. Number 5. Fuck. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Hey, Juniper! Are you alright, Apollo? Ah! Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my core to steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's good. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it in. Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kind of tough though. Hehe. Can't eat it raw, but Thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops. She didn't make it. She didn't think me weird before. She will now. I got calmed down. Apollo, sorry I'm late. Hi, Tina. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Quit kidding around, Athena. Trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo. Apollo. When will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Hang. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon, Soul Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. Scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd asked about space travel, and he launched into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I didn't have to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay or Terran? I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, it'll be fine. Oh, what is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, I mean, about that, we didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. I know, boy, thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. The trial is about to begin. The defense will please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. Well, for Clay's sake and our clients, I will find out the truth. December 16th, 1955, 9:55 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I don't... I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well, and the prosecution. Well, the prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Grah. Oh, well, bro, we didn't even get the trial. Wait, is that bomb there? The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. Yeah, seriously. What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site. Two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word! 2 bombs? How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with the murder. One, Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever insane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the HT-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Whoa. They even turned the incident and everything. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes. The victim was one Mr. Clay Tarrant, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe, which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you ask so nicely. It's your coffin. Ah, have mercy on me. I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay to where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Phew! I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life. Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. No. Bobby Fulbright is named, just as we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of the incident to the court if you would. On it, first take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Okay. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. Damn. take a look at this cross section that we have, that we the police have created. It's the launch pad in the main building. Launch pad is a square building. It's got a structure in the main building, right? And the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Okay. Bum bum. Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in the launch pad 1. Thankfully, only 2 astronauts were in the launch pad 1 at a time, but we will manage to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after this game, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Is that it? A murder on top of a bombing. Detective? The victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yup, think he'd staged the bombing and the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh no. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor, it's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it though, because the defendant was in a spacesuit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in the photo? We had to remove him to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valued for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I see. So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the 2nd floor. But where's the bomb that was in the launch pad 1 located? That was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Okay. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination's for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. Bum.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. Well, the room went off and was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Ha 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 ha, I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. An admirable decision, Justice Dono. Huh? What do you decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time? The bomb cut the power to the central blank of the elevators on the 3rd floor lounge. It's pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people out into the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's the bottom of the diagram. Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. At this point, can't leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Sir Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. Huh? What are you talking about? The defendant really did plant the bomb in his own rocket. He get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Fine. Simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just as out of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go so as far to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name now, could he? No, not after the media had branded him Soul Starbuck, a space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What? So, wait, so that's what you think he resorted to the bombing for? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Now, well, I'm sure you understand why we had to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Okay. Did the pills...
Hold it!
I didn't mean to do that one. Okay. Are you sure it was only the two of them? It was just before the spaceship was at the launch, so of course it was only those two.
Silence!
Fuck. The notion of a third body in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just enter the area from the lounge. One must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, that is as basic as take it as you ordered. Take a good look at this photo. This is the door allowed for the fingerprint lock. Only the personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there was 03. Defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides, having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then.
Hold it!
So while it would appear that the pair barely escaped their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? But well, at one time, it was the whole power. Their hearts full of hope and dreams at space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If it may continue on explanation after the evacuation order was given. The defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arms. One of them was a detective. Yup, Detective Arms specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordered the evacuation following the explosions. And they were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's where they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Two witnesses, huh? Now one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. This is the truth. Not only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out the crime. What little could I get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dodo. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into a battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera. So 2 astronauts emerged from the bowels of the launch pad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now I will direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? But you can't see a knife. Order? Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been saying. Should have known Black Crow would have something like this ready. I don't prove nothing. Who actually determined that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at this point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Is it possible Mr. Turan was still alive here and that Mr. Stark was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it'll only make sense if it's the victim's dead body. Well, what do you mean? Fulbright, explain it to Justice Dodo. You got it, Reiki. No one could enter the lounge after all. But do it while they were alone in the spaceship. It has a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility that murder could have happened in the lounge. All the video shows the man helping his fellow astronaut.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. But it sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see that need. What is it, Athena? It's just... there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You have a small measure of time. Yes. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. You about this, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh. Ready? We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. Ah, you're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything all about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to review? I reviewed the... Yes, Your Honor, actually there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to the court. Well, if you put it that way... They failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave the body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Well, let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. Defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim, he was helping him. Ah! Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim. Huh? They've got to be joking. Yeah, it's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to security cameras so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. The average person wearing a spacesuit was exactly over 200 pounds, saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his handy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct. That is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. It's steel coffin besides the witness stand. That it would be a bomb transports case. Used at the transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. What? Again? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 fireworks displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. Found what? Suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence when the Space Center director and Detective Arm stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble-brained that he is. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Justice Dono, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client. Come with me. Why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? It's like Blackwell controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too. Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. When is your name and occupation, please? Solomon Starbuck, Strasbourg. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you are doing very well. No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow. That was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of this rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got to the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? Haha, but I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie. You appeared quite courageous. Though I suppose reality never quite lives up to a fantasy. I guess it's just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, let's completely give it up. What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? What was Blackwell sighing? Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? If Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Okay. Yeah.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at that time? Of course. He was alive.
Silence!
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well, and silenced him permanently with this. What? No. That call confirmed deadhead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. It was just nerves, so maybe I shouldn't have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slept over. Those are completely opposite ends of the spectrum.
Hold it!
But the elevator inside the launch pad area. That's right. We always used to get to and from the cockpit. It makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion. Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is... Yep. Something pretty big. I was right.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm so smart. Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Well, was it not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in the launch pad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed. Oh, you're right. Which means... Sorry. Exactly. The launch pad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What? What's with the helmet? Ah, Mission Command, Mission Command. Do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. Ah, but my helmet. Ah, my oxygen tank. Oxygen concentration body temperature declining, requesting medical assistance. Go! Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot it was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually, took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. Hack, I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. Yeah, it really fucking is. My escape route. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably. With capsule and clay and arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder there that spans the upper and middle levels. Use the ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the flyer hadn't reached the ladder, so we can make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned. Suppose you meant this thing next to Mr. Terran here. Is the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it is invaluable as research material. With this spacesuit on, clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule is also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is rising in your testimony. Haha. Haha. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison, but it's more comfortable than spaceship. I hate this guy.
Hold it!
How could you mistake such a basic fact? Hey, everybody makes mistakes. Well, try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish he'd consider it just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony.
Hold it!
Maybe. Probably. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say either of those things. Hi, mission control, come in please. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in active space.
Silence!
Stop this nonsense or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. Alright, I'm begging you. I'll tell the truth, just don't sever anything. Apollo, is he going to be alright? I'm starting to think he's not. Well, let's see, so about when we were running away. So it's gotta be the third thing.
Hold it!
The upper level of the launch pad area. That's right. That's what I said, isn't it? Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand. Yeah, it's really important. So I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in my other hand. I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet. You know what you have to do with this statement. Justice don't know. Yes, I know. Well, I've come this far. No turning back. Now, it's time to present some evidence. So Mr. Starbuck escaped with clay and the capsule, which means, just like in the footage, I can see why he couldn't run though. So weighed over 200 pounds by himself. Yeah, and he had support Clay, who was another 200 pounds. Plus, he didn't ensure the safety of that capsule. Wait a minute. Hold on. How is he supposed to get down the ladder? Mr. Starbuck, why didn't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. Truth, Mr. Starbuck. Wow, the oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Where the emergency oxygen tanks? Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? As long as this was on the escape route.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the launch pad 1 corridor is, you would have had to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
He threw him down. But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what is on Earth.
Objection!
We're not on the moon. The Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down the ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now. Engineer, where's the engineer? Oxygen leak detected through the healthy magician. What? Whoa. What the? He's flying the coop. Help. I'm caught on the ceiling. Help. Anyone? Bailiff, rather than cherry picker, we must launch our rescue mission at once. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go back to space again someday for real. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Spaceboy is prone to deception. Witness. Yikes. Yes. I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as... The result of a medical side effect.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please. Please don't talk about that.
What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is, unironically, terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh. I sense things are about to nosedive.
You got it all wrong. I told him nothing. I told him during the investigation too. Don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear.
It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be?
Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember? Because of the side effects?
Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What? Order in the court. We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Ugh. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space?
Maybe I really did do it.
Which brings us to the answer of our original question. Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my! I see. And the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down. Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. What can you say about the suit? Really? Oh, thanks. Ah! I was gonna say, like, the suit. Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying that it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the pig's explosion and shrapnel would leave a mark on its body. According to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. Clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
The spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of a fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should. And should those through sheer coincidence. The knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to the target. Well, what are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Taylor. Here, the reward regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. So that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank.
I'm done for. Going to prison instead of space.
Space Boy.
Yes.
Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars.
You mean the stars are seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. Ha ha ha. That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck. Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship prisoners, I'll fly me, my guilt, and my despair to the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope.
Oh. Yes, Apollo.
You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space no matter the situation.
You said that?
So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you. Clay Taryn.
For Clay. You're wasting your breath. Bro, calm down. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now.
Mr. Starbuck.
I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission.
Right, we'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. After that, get you back into space.
Rah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon. All space is calling me. Solomon Saul Starbuck, ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it. Broke Professor Blackwood's grip over Mr. Starbuck. Can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. Pulled himself through.
Few simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness?
Gah. Can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I want us Clay's dreams to remain. Yep. That is sure Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice. Think. The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who would have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see about this data that we just received. Supposedly it proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here.
Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell seemed to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. What about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now? It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terrence had 0. Do you stand by this accuracy of this report?
Of course.
Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. Oh.
You'll explain what you mean, Justice Dono.
It's simple. The evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? Problem is the part here.
Take that!
All the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. Oxygen in tank increased. I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction. The increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining is increased. It'd be as odd as my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is if I carry the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you can't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining should increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. Can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment. Something. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Sir Justice, if you cannot prove an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Starbuck has no memory of it, but the claims have to have carried claim. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to have been Mr. Starbuck, but if anything, the explained his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. So a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not, why did the oxygen level increase? Or what had to have happened to make it look like it increased? I must make a mistake in my best assumptions here. Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. Ready to answer. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? You see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. Mr. Terran was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. What? Order, Sir Justice. You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen levels can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. So when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? That the victim was alive at this point in the time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me. It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. Suppose that that matter needs further investigating. But we've proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims. It opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. two people who claim to be the first on the scene. Can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? Do you think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first people on the scene. Score. Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? What? I have an announcement, everybody. Well, what's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm. Somebody has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Loud. Again? A bomb? Now? Everybody, wait, was this before? Eek, I don't want to die. Oh no, everybody's panicking.
Silence.
And this chickens with a death wish to a lot of you. Claim yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch! Go! Oh, shit! Apollo! Juniper. She hasn't evacuated yet. Eek. Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no! Not that way! Ah! Oh, so that's why she seemed so familiar. She was the one who died in the explosion, but it wasn't the explosion. She was killed before... It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. There is investigations? Okay. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonnet. December 19th, 3:21 p.m. Right anything agency. We're finally in the future. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Tonnet like that, on top of all the other injuries. Apollo is resting in at the nearby Hickfield Hospital. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. Never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Alright, enough of this, people. There's no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. If no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's keep going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? Now? Better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I'd better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Jersey? Sure thing, Daddy. Just be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic cat cookies for you. Jersey seems to be feeling a little better. And always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me. Just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. You can always count on Athena for that, too. Alright, you two. Let's be careful out there. December 19th. Detention Center. Visitors room. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous even I've heard of him. That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes. He seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, the thing you said about entering the stratosphere? That just means we shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars? Huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we're gonna put down on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go! 3, 2, 1... To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Hold on a second. So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial?
It's true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know. Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. A launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of an astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing, but I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you? Exactly. That's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker, and nobody could have gotten their hands on it.
Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed.
I'll say, you even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small? Like with the murder weapon, for example.
That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits.
Utility kits?
Yeah, staff who work on the machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is.
So recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right?
That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. I wish we had all kinds of problems with the crash. Yeah.
What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, whose control column? The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back.
Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vast space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever. And ever, and without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking.
Experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission?
What? No way. Of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off Earth's gravity, escape velocity, and spin around weightless.
But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid?
I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier. An unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere.
Cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life.
No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight.
One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim, Clay Terran, he was kind of like your protege, wasn't he?
Well, it wasn't a big exaggeration deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor.
The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been.
With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now...
Clay must have been very encouraging, huh?
Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be fine.
You're fine. Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time too. I always feel encouraged too whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-D training, I started to panic a little bit. And the two of them took turns shouting, "We're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine, like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed on the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But the prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad, though, through bared windows. You're fine. Solomon's Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is going to be alright. Huh? And Athena Kikes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright. You too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. Can't hear you. Phoenix Wright is fine. Will it get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck? Believe in your own innocence. And have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels great to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started pronto. Good idea. Let's go. What an alien. 7-T, Cosmos Space Center. Well, I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see the rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight over the space. Really take the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Is that the new term of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is Gaia supposed to stand for? Galaxy? That were it then. The whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I have it abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaga. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter full speed ahead. Yikes. Who's this geezer and what's he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the red power of space science. Pardon me, but you are? My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. This person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Ah, so you were the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space on any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbucks' lawyers. We're here to investigate the case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. I see. Yes, I heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you will appropriately be grateful. Now go ahead. Nope. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let me hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about we found the body, okay? So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defends peace across the galaxy and promotes space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. Oh, I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel to your break stations. Prepare for a break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is like? You want to know what it is that makes you so important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed by appropriate impression. Now go ahead, have it. It might be more impressive if I knew what he did for it specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the Center of the Cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? So, does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folks like you. Very well, I will impart to you the completion story of the Hat 1 project. Well, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. The struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Alright. Correct, it is truly a miracle, of course. It just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of the other countries by several years. It's quite impressive. Guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock will live on in our works with those asteroids. I want to bestow new hope and... Yep, that is my mission. The man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research in moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base or money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. Because even the space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know. I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Okay. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center. Boarding lounge. So, this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now, we're in the main building, right here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from launch pad 1 after the explosion. There are no admittance without express. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets without permission, not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So, Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting inside of Detective Fulbright. Let's see, what trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to the launchpad 1 corridor, just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. Looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. So the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Oh, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we could just pass through here. Now come on, let's go. December 19th. Cosmos Space Center. Launch pad number 1 corridor. So this is it, huh? This is the this is the corridor that two of them used in their escape. Yep, it's the only thing that connecting launch pad 1 to the main building. See police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. For the explosion, the whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. It's been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think it's him over there.
What should I do? Which path is the path of justice?
He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot.
Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxed day off, are we? Here for a little rocket sightseeing?
We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, the TX are reluctant to give us the information. We hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something?
Info on our case, huh? Alright, I'll glad to share some with you.
Huh? What just happened?
Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me. You info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today.
I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. You say so. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do?
That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some tax delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub.
No. That's okay. Thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. You think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective?
That's right. I was here on a security assignment.
The police are required to secure rocket launches now. I didn't know that.
Yes, well, you know us. Serve and protect. Ha 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 ha. Explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation.
He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened?
Of course, bomb went off on the 2nd floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over the launch pad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter.
The shelter?
That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents, emergencies, and the like.
So where were you when the first bomb went off?
I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite a madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the second floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way.
Wasn't it possible to get down to the basement shelter?
No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any of the survivors. As everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter.
Wow, what an ordeal. Climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun.
Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. Don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay?
Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too.
Well, never mind that. Haha. I thought you should know that there was a witness.
Could you tell us more about this witness?
Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through the window to the 3rd floor lounge.
To the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside.
That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though.
You don't? But that's the most important thing of all.
Ha 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 ha, and don't you worry. I'll get around interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here at the Space Center. You might even run into her.
A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even.
Yes, well... Actually,
something you can't talk about.
Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now.
What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm gonna get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge.
Ah, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too if you'd like.
Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer.
Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating.
Now let's see, where's that diagram again? So this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. According to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of the third person then. You're out of my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. Just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. Space Center pamphlet for tourists. Yep, picked it up at the entrance. The maps included inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's check down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. Such a strange creature moving around outside the window. Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Oh, that's a relief. Should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet, anyway. The reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while looking for clues. Alright, fine, let's get investigating. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it is a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just out-muscle me. So right. Look at that up there. I didn't see that. Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. Claire looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So, Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbucks dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding landing. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Hee. Way to go, Apollo. A window, and it's right next to the holographic image too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off it says emergency ventilation, you know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. First glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to the same planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know, I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news though when the probe came back. Yeah, but the whole probe didn't even go to a planet, it just went to an asteroid. It's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. Let's see. It's a pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. Power them yourself, it says. If you spin your table, the chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle zero-G? So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! Space Center pamphlet. Right here at this place, it says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this. Details, details. Anyway, let's look at the west door. Head towards the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says right here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were going with the detective. We're supposed to smoke up the explosion. Right, next up, the right hand side of the map, or east, in your eyes. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rocks and probes in space from there. So, it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Detective Cosmos or they've been here for a while? But it seems that they built... Oh, shit. That's what they used for the HAT 2 mission. But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the HAT 2 mission, so the control room was empty at the time. I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out, so the door is protected with fingerprint recognitions. Only the director can go through. But that much security, definitely not the one they're looking to keep out. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay, what about that last door? Sorry? Okay. I mean, the south door. It leads to all the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time of the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this, and... Huh. It's the thing that looks like a thermos. Oh my god, yeah. That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contained asteroid samples. Oh right, Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the Pro that the H1 launched. Wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on here. Just push it. It's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Yeah, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovering after a training mission. I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Huh? It didn't do a thing. It's not helium, it's oxygen. Oh, mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful. So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. Damn. The holograph image off, the screen's completely black. Which, for some reason, makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it got my brain revved up. I come up with my best ideas at times like those. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Yeah, it looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. I think so. Based on my experience, I figure this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. See a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. That's Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Must be the security camera recorder that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. But just one more for the road. Peace. Very mature. I wonder what that big knob is for. Let's set the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. It was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it is really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. And I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. So, this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Well, I guess we can try. Now to line my hand up with this outline. I don't think the thing is related to the case. Prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. Wow, how can you be so cool to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Let's see. Store is... Where's that pan for? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing besides the door. This must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. Yeah, he is. Does that mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? The number of unauthorized personnel is supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder. I brought this in case something like this came up. Found it at the office. I've just been itchy for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's test for fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it! Gotta sprinkle some here and a little over there, and whoop. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Aw. It's only a single set of prints. Oh, isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Oh, I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Oh, well, I bet Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right. And there's security footage in the store, too. Yes, here it is. Came up in court the other day. You could see the part of the footage just after the bit. Oh, because that would be right for the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. The mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's almost too good of a mood today. So let's see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take the cover off then. The bullet! What's this? Looks like a metal jelly bean. Really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make the caliber... .10? Caliber refers to the diameter of the gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .10 caliber gun before. Well, it must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. Wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left in the south door side of the room corner in this map. Pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here? Yeah, leave it to Fulbright to accidentally hand us the card we need. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, let's take a jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then, what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? What's this? Trap door. It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. Just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way, all the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the launch pad at one corridor? You can go say hi to it if you want. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes. What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot. I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigating companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Ah, Ponko, I've missed you. Huh? You noticing, Athena? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Rick. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. That hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine, too. His name is Phoenix. Bit over familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh? This robot is pretty cute. I made a friend, boss. Isn't that great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? Huh? Wow, what is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's solid space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. Ask me anything. Anything. I will explain. I'll be right back, guys. And I am back. This is quite the place. Can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the Hat One that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat One inside and out. Why in and out? Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Poncho knows why, or Ponko knows why the launch was canceled. Over there's an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newsprint articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's with this photo of... Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat One project. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young, that's all. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck, is Clay Taryn, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of the Solomon's old jackets. Okay, that makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. But he looks so happy. This museum is great. Fantastic exhibits. This area used to be a launch pad. Number 2. That's why its only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a whole new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget costs. Budget cuts. Budget cuts. We need more money. Money. Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? Well, it was in space. The Hat One launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmo said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Athena's got a case of punkoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over to the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be first be disengaged. Before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I'd love to see the launch pad being moved. What's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. It's perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. Oh, wait, what? Damn. I was supposed to show some evidence, though. The robot fired the gun. What happened to me presenting? Facility's Yuri Cosmo's greatest achievement. Oh? I didn't realize it was a personal achievement of just the one man. Director Cosmos taught me to say it like that. It's actually a facility for space development, but don't tell anyone I said that. How could Director Cosmos teach such a pure and innocent robot to lie for him? Punko, do you recognize this capsule here on the top right? Checking registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 and ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Punko. People in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have really been excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check its contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Punko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Hehe. It's because Punko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, then let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Punko. See you later. Come again. Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Punko. What a dick-saning life we are all forced to lead. Let's flip to you. Was that Punko? No. That's just a cleaning robot. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launchpad number 1 corridor. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Well, you found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene? You did. Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm. That's right. A ward shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details with what Detective Arm got it all. But I thought there were 2 people who discovered the crime scene together. We didn't know Director Cosmos will testify to, so tomorrow will be about what all he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. Exactly what plan to serve as a big course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we would like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding room lounge. Oh yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. Ha 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 ha. Sure took a while, though. Whoa. He got Apollo's and my prints. He even got prints for all the robots. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Ah, Clay's fingerprints are here too. Still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprints verification in the lounge.
So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh. So important about this door. Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head? Yep. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about comparison, boss. Alright, Detective Fulbright, do you think you can run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me, and just as we trust. Good. Okay, here we go. Well, looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Something for the lost and found. I'll be sure to take care of it. No. It's an important piece of evidence. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, the footage. Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Thank you. Oh, the screen went black. Or blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Ha 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 ha. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're usually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Ah, fuck, he's lying. Cyclops. It's been a while. But those are definitely Cyclops. Did you just mouth, Psych? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, Psych-Lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets of a person's heart. You can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they have to bilk you out of for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself. Thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. My friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we? Why you're being cooperative. I think you're hiding something, Detective. So why don't you just tell me about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up after. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yup, peaceful as peaceful could be. Everyone whistled a happy tune as they did their jobs. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail is as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists.
Take that!
There must be something wrong with my sunglasses today. You are presenting that to me as evidence, are you? You're making fun of me? It's just as I said, huh? Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. I don't think the guard deals this wrong.
Take that!
There we go. For the explosions, what was supposed to happen was a rocket launch. Yet security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Now, hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on the special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's not true. But I say it's still very strange that this person would be a part of the detail from the outset.
Take that!
What I say is strange is your hairstyle. I've been thinking that for a long time now. Guess I got it wrong. Wait, hold on. Appearance, just figured it. Let's see. Oh, right here.
Take that!
Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew that there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Right! That was easy. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days ago before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Even I want to know. Well, talk to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have had to be. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for, the Phantom of 7 years past, continues even still. 7 years past? A Phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he's talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this Phantom is behind the whole incident somehow. Wait a minute, he thinks they may be connected to this case? Yup, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very Space Center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident and the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to head here. This might sound crazy, but
Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is the Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
Silence!
No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you'd say that. I'm really grateful for the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. And just as we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. And just as we trust. Okay, later. There he goes. Wait, are we supposed to say and just as we trust back there too? Let's go see that witness now. Alright, Space Center entrance it is. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello, hello. Oh, don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello? Come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Clonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you... I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Nope. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. Didn't snap out of it. I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than 42.5 degree karate chops. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. I'm a research developer developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackwell? She'd be... And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk, my name is Clonko. That's mean, Miss Aura. Quit complaining, and your model number is Ponko 2. Yeah, but Miss Aria, everyone calls me Clonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There. I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes. I'd better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up. Only speak what I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? what a dull creature. Has your switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among the inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Yeah, Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? Miss Aura, yep, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak. Told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Black Quill family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building. In the robotics lab. I supposed to disable the elevator, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor here. Then as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding room lounge window on my way down, I saw the crimes that happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crimes that happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right. It's a small window on that right-hand side of the room. Looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see, but you did witness the moment of the murder? Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... It happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although... I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. I had good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I'd better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Ha 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 ha, yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers. That's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people aren't perfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey, you look alive there. Yes, here I go! I am the ultimate robot with amazing processing speed, and I can operate a vacuum machine under high pressure. We are about to rule the world. Now it's time to rest. Alright, that's enough of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Like humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thoughts, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how could I possibly trust the legal system, huh? So, she just trusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. Because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this. Around Athena's neck. Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her Royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness into court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos. Yes, that's right. You poor things. You'd better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. Huh? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all sorts of problems. There's a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you all right, Athena? You seem very down. Grr. I just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence, false indictments on the news all the time. Indictments? You mean the whole Dark Age of the Law nonsense? I am so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. Number 19th, detention center. Visitor's room. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go. Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never aligned just right, too. But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem. Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help. So please, tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember, I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It's definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene, and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. Should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Now that we have the glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Wait, I forgot about all this. Well, at least some of my evidence got taken care of. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. December 19th. Right, anything agency. So, you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now, let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldoon's noodles. Oh, Apollo. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine. And I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how this case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. Suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right, best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So, that was, what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. Hahaha, you know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut, and me, a lawyer. We'd talk well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. Guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. Guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me. Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. Couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That you're fine of his. That's why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. She brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom. Mom. Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother, either. Huh? I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler I'm fine, and then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is It's fine. Here you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who would say something similar? Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Well, what? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. Well, what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm gonna catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life, in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. He's not walking out on us like that. I'm gonna go talk some sense in him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If you were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. To be continued. Okay. A little bit on the deep side.
North Dakota
Okay. So, we've made it to the second trial. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get something to drink. We have about like an hour left in this trial. So either this trial is going to turn out well, or I have a feeling that this trial might go into next case. I'll be back. And we are back. December 20th, 10:15 a.m. District Courtroom number 5. Where's the judge? I suppose we should reconvene the trials. Sullivan, Starbuck or something?
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonnet self-destructed. I guess that's one way to describe what happened to Tonnet. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wanted by Mr. Tonnet's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time. Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. Say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 to one corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. Well, Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspects. Apollo's gone now. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, a courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That cursed fellow, he killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. So obviously Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Albright said that Blackwell had something against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim. To make such a reckless claims to a courtroom, take a bold man or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gotten dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In the case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. Hey, he saw a third person. I'll see, my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was the defendant. It was not the defendant. It was the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. Brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have, for I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the hat in one end. Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Ha! I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness, and allow me to begin my emotional testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
Excuse Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, a condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Bum bum. What I saw at the scene.
Devam and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in there to see what was going inside. Saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
I see. So, in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed.
Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said was what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? Saved my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs.
I don't like you. Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Cosmo's testimony is pretty vague.
I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else.
What I saw at the scene.
Oh, yeah.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from?
The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. Well, then we heard about Starbuck and Tyrann and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course.
Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space?
Of course, scientifically designed to be used on galactic battleships.
I see. Then I take it works in 0G2?
Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is. I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless.
Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see? I did not go back.
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
Yes, but in their haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I see.
So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door end.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing.
Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that there was a person standing motionless. The defendant's no doubt staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there?
So close. That evidence, I can't prove that person's a third party.
I don't relish in this end.
Hold it!
Earl Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. So I could see Taryn, but I couldn't see who the other person was.
For all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witness weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on, Dr. Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene? Just for a brief instance. About as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. You took your eyes off of the scene. But this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dodo? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say this. That there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of the said moon for what we've got going for it. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet, still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Dr. Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Aha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about all that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I wasn't able to stop her. She identified herself clearly and then... She fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy... Okay. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Was that...
Hold it!
Fuck! I didn't... Okay. Neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit? That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she... She didn't fire 2 shots. So they didn't fire 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info's come out. Wonder if I can find any consistency.
Objection!
Are you sure you're really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? I got my words that will someday be written down in history books. Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history book. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? Say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. Yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots? No editor will allow such a glaring contradiction.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah. You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun,
Same caliber as the detective's gun. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Rifling marks also match up. There's no questioning that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Oh! Rifling marks. They are like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? Bro, you know this. And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can't tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. Wait a minute. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. Detective. My beautiful contradiction. What about the other bullet? So that bullet hole is from a .38 caliber, huh? Better update the record. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? No. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. That doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of the Detective Arm's .38 calibers. But then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire up .10 caliber bullets. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, the Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. A mysterious person fired upon us. What's this now? What? Okay, buddy. What? You never breathed a word of any of this before to me. Ha ha ha! Well, all great men have secrets, so too, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along? Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony. This is all contempt of court, I swear. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge, the witness entered. No. Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one and it is you who is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, you could have fired a .10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded firing 2 warning shots. All they had to do was feign consciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third person who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
She can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove the possibility.
And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit.
I did forget. Yep, I did forget about all that.
Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
He sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us, just like that. Very well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet from the mysterious figure shot. What did it hit exactly?
It hit me.
So what does this mean here, ghost?
I was wondering when you would realize it's your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Eek.
Objection!
Who the fuck he's not? Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again.
Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos?
Ah, I am glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life.
What? Damn. Is that why it got the way it did? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There is one extra galaxy star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos?
A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts.
No, you don't.
It's the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. You don't have to conceal things from the court. Alright.
Hold it!
But it was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right?
Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the HAT-1 launch several years ago. If it's about that HAT-1 miracle again, you can sod off and tell it to a stray mutt.
Ahaha, excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear my greatness.
And so they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next?
Hold it!
So in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes, it was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. Well, the fire figure was in the control room. As the Cosmos would have had it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. While he was there, shot at by somebody with a 10 caliber gun. But the bullet is metal. Exactly what I was thinking. Yeah! Pretty like himself, he's a great man, I think it all. Okay. Okay, I was right. Probably this then.
Objection!
Nope. I was hoping that it would be like, what's this? And I was gonna be like, I do see it.
Objection!
Oh my god, really? Director Cosmos, I believe you were telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie. Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in that lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. And the mysterious figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the person fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ah! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullets hit his metal? Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. You trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so, but... Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes. Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were, in fact, not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick up on my hand? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time... Yikes! His handcuffs. You've got to rest upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright. Tell the truth. Put your sword away. You're correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. It's the complete opposite of all the testimonies given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through here. The western door required quick recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. Ah. In short, there would be no escape for a third person had there been one. My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trussy's magic tricks. Order! Order in the court. Director Cosmos, why did you tell us such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, wouldn't mean the culprits could have escaped through the southern door. Would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. Said I was in the control room and invented an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Is he really covering for the defendant? Yeah, it looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled. But no. It's over. Thanks. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix. Think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. The third person had no way of escaping the scene. What if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Your Cosmos and the Hugh Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. Well, what if the premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. That person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person who arrived came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from that room. It was an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well. Let us hear more about this theory.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. What? What? Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I heard that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge room. Detective Arm arrived at the scene after and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. So she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit. Been hit on the starboard side. Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. Magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this quarter once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. We're at the Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask as you return to reality. The mission will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scars. Director Cosmos is the third person Aura Blackwell saw. This third person fired Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with a gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha, it looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will all be proof we need. Prove that you were the one in there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. I don't know.
Take that!
Fuck. Wait, it's gonna be the 38 caliber, isn't it? Hold on, Wash. It's gonna be the 38 caliber.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. With that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it'll prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandoned ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the .10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you got it all wrong. What? You just have started again? It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. You don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar. Then accept your fate and tell the truth. You're giving me orders. We need the great director of the Cosmos Space Center. God, but the cosmos revolves around me. Someone get me off of this thing. Order in the court, and will someone please stop the witness from spitting? Phew, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark of the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Yeah, are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. To be continued. Why? Why are we doing this again? Director Cosmos, new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were the third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. Well, the question for the likes of you, shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. But fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding rail lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake you for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. And then went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge one again. Get behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, you're still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos, the history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just a moment. Just proved a few minutes ago, the third person that Mr. Starbuck in this hour is Blackwell saw was you. It wasn't me, I saw the person as well. If I was the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? Or just leave him and take the fall? That is an excellent point. Well, that makes some sense if you told those lies covered from Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, if you know. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? Ah, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes, and... Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Any members of the staff you'd like? Corroborate me. The director was not fibbing to the court for once. Confirmed that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you were out at the lounge after that. Yes, and I believe the person I saw, saw is the same person Miss Blackwell saw. Though it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure than less of a person. And I couldn't actually see that face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi, can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covered for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. So they were shot by the killer as well, and then they disappeared. Yes, and luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Fortunately, the bullet hit Terrian's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being raptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is all turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. Then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. Ouch. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his metal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our Mr. Killer went. Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I shot at it, but... Back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. Rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. That's when I found Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck got cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from the scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages, indeed. But I'd rather know. How a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. The great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand. Well, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was Spaceboy himself. He was spotted by the director Nara. He quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. For Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono. Can't find any holes in this testimony. Can't give up. She's part of the Phantom Thieves. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The Great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what kind of basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Dr. Cosmos, there is something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, is there? Ah, he's speechless. Yeah, it looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. The more punching, it'll be a knockout. Seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. No. Well, I'll just do all these to cancel this play, Jack. Okay, so this page is canceled out. Good. Maybe we just get rid of these first two pages. Okay, first two pages are done. We must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. Oh, wait, what? That was accidental. I did that to go. And yet, at this time, he barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you? I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right? Of course not, that's preposterous. Only I could enter the control room. And the area behind the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yeah? But the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door. I highly doubt it, as you recall, right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. One trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised that the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... Yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto, change the list. Discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge. She points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind.
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. No. With after the starboard, we're going to crash into an asteroid. Master Tactician, you are not. That theory on the door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this still is the only logical answer there is. Just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door. Should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. About that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbucks, Terran, and I have access. Let's see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past the security lock. I think so. Suppose the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
Yikes. Hey, my hair. That person's fingerprints were not found on the device. You sound so sure only to produce... Wait a minute, was it the other one? I was thinking like... Wait, what? What, am I stupid? Wait. Wait. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna... I'm so stupid. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Maybe it could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with that culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera on boarding lounge 1. Right? One that I recorded the victim in the vent. Or one, yep, what about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped in the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? Well, nice, it wouldn't work. I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my, the footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There was no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? God, if I must. Well.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
Okay, so it's not this.
Got it! Got it!
Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you in again when she fired? Hasn't it been unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point, it's not the fact that you were surprised, but rather, what were you surprised by? Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were... Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether what you were doing was there. Then enemy has acquired a new weapon. When's Operation Hide Under Your Desk? Ah! Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. It was the robot. Whatever he's hiding, most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. He's doing something suspicious around that door. Maybe we could spot some change between before he came in the room and after. The Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. See, this is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. How it looked after he entered the lounge.
Take that!
The answer is a snob. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However... When we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. Yeah, what does that mean? It means it's some time between before the director arrived and after. Someone turned this knob. When the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What are we trying to do by turning that knob on the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. The knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions. I wanted to move this launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. The safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. Guess that clears up what the knob is for. Oh, so the killer escaped into the launch pad one corridor. Maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site. I don't think so. The launch pad one corridor was full of smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through the corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? There are still some things we have to uncover. Dr. Cosmos, request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine. But listen carefully. We're about to give history-making testimony. What the fuck were you happy for? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How do you know about that, too? Because I'm more or less a pro. Guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there. I know they say people are aggressive as they grow. How could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence!
You, a man of integrity. Don't make me laugh. But Prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden? You'd spouted nothing but falsity since you stepped up on the stand. You are not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatness barefaced liar in honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved to Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can't be your friend. And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was in the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on scene. What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and work games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned the knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah. You're sure it must have went somewhere? Well, we just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Hahaha, talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All I had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. It would be right where the police found it. Got You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. What was this? Really said that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you, however. Our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge, when our two Astro Wanderers made their escape. The fact that it had been recorded for posterity on film was film. Oh, right. So to reiterate. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe two astronomers never reported the footage. Maybe this footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even right. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved the launch pad 1 back, it's not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? The existential bluffer. Okay, no. It's alright, you'll explain yourself at once. No, I'm right. It's all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving to Launchpad 1 was... Oh yeah, I'm gonna say... it was to trap the true killer. Because he wanted to trap the true killer. Wasn't that? Yeah, this was my next guess. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? With the museum? What could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what you switch to Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1, and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronomers boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It's the one in the Space Museum. What? What? Balderdash. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right, and with the two switch like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding launch 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding launch 2. It's at the bottom of the rocket. Now to think of it, the door to the Space Museum for boarding lounge 2. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, if the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Gah! They're setting the bomb in the rocket. The culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed in order to kill Mr. Terrain when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Culprit Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. For that, Director Cosmo switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway.
Nah! Red Dono, I see you know how to handle the sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swords Master Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence!
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. But that's right, don't provide switch the launch pads.
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. Launch pads really were switched. There might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 in Space Museum were switched. Reportedly on the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see, this is the image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. See anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh, that number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell.
And if this is just another bluff.
Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor of the Space Museum. Well, that answer this for me, if you would. What does this footage proves it?
Take that!
So one on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But let's take a look at the floor of the corridor on the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts. Doesn't look like a 1, does it? It's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one from the Space Museum. Gah! Ah! And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the two astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terrian, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. 2 launch pads were actually switched. Boy, you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. What? But I'm confused. How would they have missed? Why wouldn't they have just walked out then? No more lies, Detector Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth.
My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to play my ultimate weapon. Electric engine. Ignition. What? It's got haywire. I won't stop. God. My stars, my glory, God. 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 No, not that way. God. But my bailiff, honor student after that witness.
But like,
I see you managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched to Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum.
Ah, it is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he wasn't aware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized this instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched to Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched to 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all of that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I don't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. In the dream, you're still alive.
Silence!
You're not going into space, Starbuck. But prison, I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept that the launch pads were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point. He's right. Don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me?
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space.
I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself.
Ha 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 ha, now that you know violence isn't the answer, prosecute Black Will.
That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than...
Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. And he and Justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I'll tell you, just as sure as a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit. And I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to the phantom of yours. Open your eyes, let the evidence just as uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
When I think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. I didn't think he was serious, though. So, what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with the killer's fingerprints on it. What? Ah. Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Your Honor, this is some evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Tennant, they escaped with lighter in hand to the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. The fact that the director Cosmos has testified to, therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence!
But the defendant had free reign to the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw this mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackquill, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the person. Ah! This does indeed appear to be the decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we could assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. But no, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackquill, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence!
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. Yeah! Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright.
Mr. Wright, Miss Kikes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Ooh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too, but that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
I knew it. too late to object, isn't it?
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Oh, the results. Oh, well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, he didn't get them. I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks's, so...
You have yet to read it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Kikes. So says the report.
What?
What?
Huh? Me? Order, I say, order! Oh, shit. Miss Kikes, tell me, you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding the earprints in it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
This can't be happening.
We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Gah! Well, what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We'd stumbled over the edge of reason, and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. End. Well then. Oh. Bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum 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 bum. Yeah, Edgeworth. So yeah, the order this goes is 2, 3, 1, 4. Oh shit, this is the Academy uniform. I didn't even realize that. The theme says Academy. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum-bum-bum. Oh, I like the sound. I like that their music they have though is decently good. All right. Well then. Looks like next time. Next time on Apollo Justice Ace Attorney or Phoenix Wright Athena Kike's Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, because I don't really know what that, because the thing is, the title, this game is the Ace, you know, the Apollo Justice, like, Ace Attorney trilogy, but the second game is called, I'm pretty sure, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, or maybe it's just Ace Attorney Dual, I don't know. That's fourth case is done. It took me, like, an extra time. I don't know why it took me an extra bit of length, but... we did it. But that's 4 cases down. Next time we stream the game... next time we stream will be the final case of this game's story. Obviously, there's a special episode, which we're going to do the special episode. No doubt about it. But we're almost at the end of this game's, like... yeah. Alright, Dual Destinies. They say that the, well, this one person at least on Reddit says that the DLC case is their their favorite. So their least favorite was the first one. They said the uniquely courtroom bombing setting aside, this case was just really boring. That made sense. Their second most was 5-3. Now this one is a case where I don't get the overwhelming praise for. Most of the characters are really bland and the high anime focus is cringeworthy. I liked the third case. That was my favorite one. Then their next one is 5-2. I don't think this one is that bad either, since I think it had one of the better locked room mysteries in the series. However, it could have been better. I don't know. Number 2 gave me a lot of turnabout big top logic. Well, he was flying. Well, I would have accepted it. I was really hoping they were going with the person playing like Tenmataro jumped out the window with maybe like a wingsuit, like maybe the costume had a wingsuit attached to it and they jumped out the window and actually flew. That would be really fucking cool. That's where I was hoping it was going with that. And, oh yeah. No, they threw the costume out the window. Well, how would it perfectly align while flying through the air instead of just being a jumbled mess? Or just falling down and rolling down the side of the hill or mountain or whatever. That makes no sense to me. Also the whole, well, they couldn't have gotten into the vent. I see a lot of areas where somebody could have gotten into the vent. And also saying that, like, so if the room locks, I understand that. But that it also is locked from the inside. Seems kind of weird. Like, he had to use the key, unlock the door, leave, and then lock the door, and then drop the key through the vent. That just makes, like, I don't... Maybe I've never been into a room that, I mean, I guess... I've never really been into a room that's, like, locking like that, I guess. To that degree, I don't know. It just seems crazy. Then they said 5-4 was their fourth favorite. They said the flack is often gets the flack this case often gets is understandable considering it's just the first half of the finale, but as a standalone, I think it's pretty good. Then their next favorite is the final case, which I won't read because I don't want to spoil myself. And then they say the DLC is their favorite episode. Wait. Oh, it's how they... Never mind. This was different. Dual Destinies ranked. They ranked the episodes. They ranked... Okay, this person who made the post ranked theirs. They liked 5 the most, 4 the next, then 2, then 3, then DLC, then 1. Guess we'll see. So next time we stream, I guess we'll find out how this game ends itself. If we get that far. My day might be a little bit weird tomorrow, depending a lot on what happens. We'll see. But I'll see you all later.